At this time, we're ready to bring into the ring our white yearling rams for our Lincoln show. This is the National Regional Lincoln show this morning. Our judge is Tim Gadsby of Stoneboro, Pennsylvania. Tim, with his wife Casey and their daughter Oakley, own and operate Greenleaf Valley in western Pennsylvania. They raise Horn Dorset and Merino sheep. Tim has had the opportunity to judge multiple state fairs along with breed shows at the North American in Louisville, Kentucky. Let's welcome Tim Gadsby to your National Regional Lincoln show this morning. We're currently showing Lincoln white yearling rams. Your next class will be white senior ram lambs.
Good morning. Boy, what a fantastic way to start off on the White Lincoln show here. Super powerful, big, rugged kind of a male sheep here to start with. A buck you get back and steady. He just balances so well from this side. Soft in his flank, got some depth of body. Big old foot on this guy. Runs uphill, big square hip. That's an awful good one right there. Nice spot to start. I think the real tough spot is second and third. I think bucks that are kind of similar. I just really like the way the second place buck gets off his rear too. Has more set to his legs, more natural. Keeps his pin set up a little more. Keeps his top line together better than our third place buck. Again, a kind of a green made buck, but buck when you get him out here on the side, I think second's logical. Third place buck, love his fleece, especially the whole way around that body. You get in behind him and he's got some thickness, quite a bit actually. Where I'd like to just change him is from his hooks to his hock to his toe. Just go ahead and give him just a notch more angle. That'll help keep him level and keep him more elevated in his overall structure when he goes ahead and moves. But a nice one there. And they're going to round out the class with a buck that just isn't carrying as much overall muscle and mass, especially down low into that leg. But a buck that's awful nice in his own right. Congratulations.
Our next class is Senior Ram Lambs. Placing on the class of white yearling rams for our national regional Lincoln show this morning. First to entry number 1673, Buckshot 2326, Barry Hooker, Bloomington, Illinois. That ram weighing 302. Second place to 1672, Heritage Hill Y61, Heritage Hill Farm, Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland. That ram weighing 249. Third place to 1675, Deborah Vanderwyn, Greenwood, Delaware. That ram weighing 255. Fourth place to 1674, Wendy Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts.
get into the senior buck lamb class here. I think some give and take on this top two, maybe combined some attributes of both of them, and this thing gets a little quicker for me. Let's just speak a little bit about the buck that went super elevated, a buck that just stamps that front third that comes at you, and he's built for a show ring up on that front third of his skeleton. Get into him, and boy, if we could just level him out just a nickel on that into that rump and get him just to come out me a little higher in his tail set, it just gets a home run. But a buck just awful good at the ground. He's a nickel bigger featured than the bucks that come behind him, but I just think when you study him as far as extension, what he brings you, so much to like. Buck in second here, absolutely love the fleece on this sheep. So much luster. Just you get into him, and he's just tremendous. The first shot from the outside, but when you crack that open, just really cool to look at. Love the length, the hind saddle on this guy. Maybe a nickel shot or a nickel more feminine about his bone work. A buck would get out here just like to change the angle on that shoulder, just a nickel to get him up into the top of his blade a little more natural. But that's a nice one. Round out the class with a buck, real rugged, round-bodied sheep. A sheep we put him into motion. Just need to change him on his back too quite a bit. Nice class. Congratulations.
Our next class will be for the Open Show Senior Champion and Reserve Senior Champion White Ram for the Lincoln Show. Placing on the class of white senior ram lambs, first place to 1679, Heritage Hill Y79, Heritage Hill Farm, Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland. That ram weighed 195. Second place to entry 1676, Wind Valley 2402, Brent Cassavant, Oakham, Massachusetts. That ram weighing 197. Third place to entry 1677, Barry Hooker, Bloomington, Illinois. That ram weighing 174.
Boy, what a good start to the day. The buck shows any indication what we have rolling ahead of us. It's going to be a good one here today. I'm not going to waste a lot of time. We're going to stick with them two yearling bucks. I just think they give us so much good. Long-bodied, built right. Make them big, make them correct, and I think we got two of them out here. I'm not going to get away from them. Congratulations.
Senior champion ram goes to entry number 1673, Buckshot 2326, Barry Hooker, Bloomington, Illinois. Reserve senior champion to entry 1672, Heritage Hill Y61, Heritage Hill Farm, Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland. Now ready for intermediate ram lambs. The Lincoln is an English breed considered to be one of the world's largest breeds of sheep. Its fleece is the heaviest, longest stapled, and most lustrous of any breed in the world. Lincolns were first brought to the United States in the 1800s, where they contributed to the development of several commercially important breeds developed in the United States, including the Columbia and the Targhee. The present-day Lincoln is said to be the result of crossing the Leicester and the coarse-wooled native sheep of Lincolnshire. The result was an improved carcass and higher quality wool. The first Lincolns imported in the United States were at the close of the 18th century. The fleece of the Lincoln is carried in heavy locks that are often twisted into a spiral near the ends. Their wool is the coarsest of the long-wooled breeds, but although coarse and somewhat hair-like, the fleece does have considerable luster. The National Lincoln Sheep Breeders Association started in 1891, and by 1900 there were 150 members. The association amended their bylaws in 1984 to allow for the registration of natural-colored Lincolns.
It's an outstanding class here some differences for sure. I think, for me, when we get back and get them propped up, that's one look on these sheep. We put them into motion, and I think we can read them just a nickel better. Sheep that maybe have a nickel more tail on them today, some different trim jobs, and just some different things. We get these sheep out and put them into motion. I just think they read real natural for me. The absolute best fleece of the class is going to start to class out. Get into him, and he was just kind of wowed me a little bit there on the side. And from there, you just hope he gets out and moves good. You hope he holds himself together, and then you hope he's attractive enough to be in the show ring, right? For me, he has all those attributes for sure. I think he's probably the most rugged around his dew claws. He's as big as open at the base of his foot that we have in the class. Masculine about his head. You get in front of him and study him. You appreciate that type and kind that he has. Put him into motion, and maybe reads with a little more angle to his hip when we get him propped on the side. He reads exactly the same. We put him in motion as far as holds his top line just as natural as he does on the side. He's a nice spot to start. Buck in second, long-bodied, rugged. Man, he's up-headed. He comes at you and just kisses the ceiling here today. Beautiful up through that front part of his body. You get into his fleece, maybe not that look and that overall wow factor that we have in a class winner, but an ultra good one too. Maybe at this stage, I'd like to just pop him with just a nickel more bone and just make him look like a dude a little harder here. But he looks good out here on the side. I like him. Buck in third, kind of follows that second place buck. Just need more out of him. He gets a little flatter in his rib cage. He just gets a little flatter from the top of his skeleton down to the bottom side of his ribs. A buck you get in motion, and he probably gets a nickel outside of himself, especially through his hock, but a nice buck there. Buck in four, again, back in, we kind of evaluate him, right, just individually, but then where's his contemporaries in the class? I think he's just going to fall short, get a little flatter, get him in motion. He's going to get his chest forward into the sawdust a little harder, a little quicker than I'd like, but a nice one there. And then we're going to come into a really nice fleece down here in five. A buck just going to run out of shape, run out of power. He's got some really good ones in front of him. And then we're going to have a little quicker buck down here at the end of the class. Congratulations.
Placing on the intermediate ram lamb class, first place goes to entry 1685, Locust Grove 1278, Brigham, Deb Vanderwind, Greenwood, Delaware, ram weighed 158 pounds. Second place to 1683, Heritage Hill Y89, Heritage Hill Farm, Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland. That ram weighed 177 pounds. Third place to 1681, Heritage Hill Farm, Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland. That ram weighing 168. Fourth to 1682, Brent Cassavant, Oakham, Massachusetts. 5 to entry 1686, Deborah Vanderwyn, Greenwood, Delaware. And sixth place to entry number 1680, Barry Hooker, Bloomington, Illinois. Now showing junior ram lambs. Currently showing junior ram lambs. Your next class will be pair ram lambs. So here's the first trivia question for the Lincoln Show. 25 years ago at the 1999 show, who had the reserve champion ram at that show?
Get in this young buck class here. I think a real moderate built one, a real masculine about his head, good at the ground, kind of a rugged made sheep. Never going to be a great big buck, but always going to be really sound, big hipped, bring us a lot of product, and get in his fleece, and he's adequate. I think a buck that just fits the bill in this class. Looks really good on the side, runs uphill. There's a nice late spring buck to kind of end that young buck class with. I think from there some decisions. I think the buck that gets out and moves the best as far as keeping his top line together is this buck in second. Maybe runs out of just a little bit of looking at fleece is where we work our way back in, especially on the top side of that hip up into the hook. But he's definitely got enough consistency from there forward, and then just his movement's got to get him in second today. Holds himself together well. He's good out through his pin. Probably maybe the biggest pin sheep in the class, quite honestly, when you get him back and study him. But he's a nice one. Really nice fleece buck here in three. A buck that we get him in a motion. He's just not going to hold himself together well enough. He's just going to pull his pin set down in the dirt too quick for me. Need to just go ahead and get him a little more comfortable, get a little more set to that rear hock. I mean, we're kind of floating, where we go on which end of it. So I realize it's a judgment game. But for me, when we get out here and get him in a motion, I can read him to be just a nickel straighter on both ends for me today. The buck here in four, again, I think a buck when you get back and study him, he's got big rib, he's robust, he's big topped, he's a lot of things that we like. I just think we study him from a type of kind. I just don't know if he fits what I'm looking for and when I get in front of him as far as his head, but nice buck for sure. And then we round out the class with a buck that's just going to run out of fleece quality really quick when we get into the side of him there, and then he's going to go up and just get a little flatter, no consistency, but nice class. Congratulations.
Our next class is pair ram lambs. Pair ram lambs will be your next class. And the answer to that question, from 25 years ago, the person with the reserve champion ram was Barry Grant from Canada. Placing on the class of junior ram lambs, first place goes to entry 1687 Hooker 474 Barry Hooker, Bloomington, Illinois. That ram weighing 129. Second to 1689 Lothia 424 Wendy Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. That ram weighing 140. Third place to entry 1691 Deborah Vanderwyn, Greenwood, Delaware. That ram weighing 139. Four to 1693 Carol and Joe Haddock, Jericho, Vermont. Fifth to entry 1692 Wendy Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. We're now showing for Open Show Junior Champion and Reserve Junior Champion. Placing on the class of pair ram lambs, first place goes to Heritage Hill Farm, Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland. Second place to Barry Hooker, Bloomington, Illinois. Third, Deborah Vanderwyn, Greenwood, Delaware. 4 to Brent Cassavant, Oakham, Massachusetts. And 5 to Wendy Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts.
For junior champion, it's real easy. That first buck lamb class, they had 3 or 4 in there that I really, really liked. Those were some tough decisions to make. We're going to keep them together for junior champion reserve. Congratulations.
Our Open Show Junior Champion ram goes to our first place intermediate ram lamb, entry 1685, Locust Grove 1278, Brigham. Deborah Vanderwyn, Greenwood, Delaware. Reserve Junior Champion goes to our second place intermediate ram lamb, entry 1683, Heritage Hill Y15, Brad. Heritage Hill Farm, Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland. Now ready to show for Open Show Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Ram. The awards for this class are sponsored by the National Lincoln Sheep Breeders Association. Following the selection of our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion, your next class will be Best Headed Ram.
I don't like to go through a ton of theatricals if I know what I like. Those yearling bucks, those are good, salty bucks right there. I mean, you want to talk about good top, big hip, good moving, good fleece. Get in front of them, they just got that look. They got an eye on them that looks at you, and you just like that in a stud buck to look right at you. Boy, that's a good pair. Congratulations. They'll be your champion reserve.
Okay, we do have a correction on that. It's just the best headed overall, so we will show that following the conclusion of our ewes. Open Show Grand Champion Ram goes to entry 1673, Buckshot 2326, Barry Hooker, Bloomington, Illinois. That ram was our first place yearling ram and also our senior champion ram. Reserve grand champion ram goes to our second place yearling ram, our reserve senior champion ram. 1672 Heritage Hill Y61, Heritage Hill Farm, Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland. So with that said, that we're not having a best-headed ram, we'll have a best-headed white Lincoln at the conclusion of the ewes. We're ready to go into our yearling ewe class. We're ready for Lincoln white yearling ewes in the ring.
Wow, this class will really get you excited. Boy, what this top five's dynamo. Just outstanding set. You get back and you dig in and you find so many different things that you like about the top five. I think the complete sheep, the show sheep, the good fleece sheep, and boy, the up-headed. She moves so well for as big and as large as she is as far as her skeleton. Just an outstanding female to start this class. Up-headed. She is uber good in her chest floor. I mean, way good underneath for this breed. I think one that you just read so true. I like her a ton. I really do. I think really the fleece sheep for me is this ewe in second. I just couldn't get away from her. I mean, she isn't the longest or tallest, and she moves so good and so good about her type and kind. I think when you get back and you picture a Lincoln ewe in your head as far as type and kind and what they look like, as far as it might be this sheep, do we have as much of the extras as we do in that class winner? No, I mean, I kind of, how far could we get her? I think two is for me today that she's going to get beat by you. Just got a nickel more of the extras. But boy, I'm into this ewe in second for sure. The ewe in third, you get back and steady, kind of like a weather sheep, right? Big hip, big top, just really built like a truck, moves super good. Carrying just a nickel more flesh, that's okay. I mean, it's late in the year. These sheep are supposed to be easy doing. I like her a bunch. Maybe when we get into her fleece, just doesn't have that overall boldness or that character that we do in those two in front of her. But again, I can't get her out of top three. She's just so good moving. I appreciate her so much. Good about her type and kind. That's a nice one, too. Young man's sheep here in four. Study her. She's a lot like her class winner. Large, long, big hip. Get her into motion. Needs to handle her back legs a lot better. She wants to go ahead and stretch out and get around her body a little quicker than she needs to on her stride. Like to see her at least try to find her front foot with her back foot one time. But she's okay for sure. We're going to round out the class with another larger ewe. A ewe that maybe has a little more color down low. Maybe a ewe just gets a little tighter gutted, but a nice one in her own right. Congratulations.
Now ready for pair of yearling ewes. Placing on the class of yearling ewes. Placing on the class of yearling ewes, first place goes to entry number 1707, Raider 2360, Barry Hooker, Bloomington, Illinois, that ewe weighing 226. Second place to entry number 1702, Heritage Hill Y 52, Heritage Hill Farm, Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland, that ewe weighing 206. Third place to entry number 1700, Brent Cassavant, Oakham, Massachusetts, that ewe weighing 200. Fourth place to entry number 1708, Barry Hooker, Bloomington, Illinois. Fifth to entry 1703, Heritage Hill Farm, Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland. Sixth place to entry 1699, Brent Cassavant, Oakham, Massachusetts. First in the junior show to entry 1705, Chaotic 2318, Pachycephalosaurus, Charlie West of Kansas, New York. 8 to entry number 1706, Deborah Vanderwyn, Greenwood, Delaware. 9 to 1701, Lydia Smith, Charlotte, Vermont. 10 to 1709, Wendy Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. 11 to 1712, Wendy Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. And 12 to 1704, Deborah Vanderwyn, Greenwood, Delaware. Placing on the pair of yearling ewe class, first place went to 1717, Barry Hooker, Bloomington, Illinois. Second place to Heritage Hill Farm, Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland. Third place, Brent Cassavant, Oakham, Massachusetts. 4, Deborah Vanderwyn, Greenwood, Delaware. And 5 to Wendy Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. Now showing senior ewe lambs.
senior ewe lamb class here. I think a pair that, in my mind, the more I sort them, just got to keep them together. I think they're built too similar. I think, if you like this class winner, which I really do, I think you're going to like this ewe to follow her. From there, the decisions we'll talk about. A really up-headed ewe when you get into this class. This time of year, they're at the maturity where they're starting to put some condition on, looking still like a lamb, but growing into that mature female. I think she fits that bill as far as her width, her dimension. You get in behind her, she just so opened up in her pin set, so big in her top. I think just a really nice spot to start. Runs uphill like we need in the show ring, and some different things like that. Getting her fleece definitely consistent enough for me for sure today. I think the tough spot, if you want to get, let's try to play around here and see what's going on and hook some variables together and weigh them in your mind, is between 2 and 3. I think 2, when we get back and study her, like I said before, body cavities just like our class winner. Super good in her rack, big out through her hip, good melt through the lower shoulder. So I'm just going to play her into 2 and follow that lineup. Would I like to change her maybe a nickel more as far as her fleece up high? But, boy, that's being pretty critical. And, as a wool judge, sometimes you can get on here and just say consistent or throw all these wool terms around because nobody ever looks at the fleece anyways. So I try to be very honest with you when I'm looking at them. There's not a whole lot of difference in that fleece. Quite honestly, we just got a really good one to start up here. You in third, she is uber good fleece. Love her fleece. I really appreciate that about her. We get her here in the show ring. Boy, if I could just change her front third of her body. I'm just not one for big, round-shouldered sheep. I like them to be a little chiseler chested. I like them to be a little more feminine in their front third. I need to change that about her quite a bit. Sheep here in 4, I do like her build up through her front end. Get in behind her. She's just going to be too straight off those rear 2. She gets into motion. She's way too restricted to this stage of the game for me, but she's a nice one. Real round body, probably the biggest footed sheep in the class here. It comes 5. A sheep, when you get back and look at her, you think, okay, I love her body cavity. She's a late or a fall or some kind of senior ewe lamb, so she needs some maturity. She has that. We get up in front of her and we say, maybe just like a little more extension, a little more angularity. We put them on the sawdust. They need to have some of them extra. She just doesn't. And then we're going to round out the class with a sheep that just gets a little fairer in her overall design on the bottom side of her skeleton. Didn't give us a great look out here. I'll be the first one to admit that. She fought quite a bit. Looks good on the side here. Just need to lengthen her out a little bit for this class for me. But she's a really good one. That's a nice 6. Good job.
Our next class will be for senior champion and reserve senior champion ewe. Placing on the senior ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry 1719. Win Valley 2401, Brent Cassavant. Oakham, Massachusetts, that ewe weighing 163. Second to 1721, Win Valley 2413, also Brent Cassavant. Oakham, Massachusetts, that ewe weighing 180. Third to 1722, Deborah Vanderwyn, Greenwood, Delaware, that ewe weighing 202. Fourth place to 1723, Barry Hooker, Bloomington, Illinois. Fifth place to entry 1724, Carol and Joe Haddock, Jericho, Vermont. And sixth place to 1720, Barry Hooker, Bloomington, Illinois.
Boy, what a set of 4 females out here. If you're watching a Lincoln show, you've come to a good one. This is an outstanding senior drive here. Not much for things to say, but this is the toughest decision so far I've had in 3 days. So this is an ultra good set of 4 out here. Those 2 classes were ultra deep and had a lot of steam to them. There's some females out here that's got a lot behind them, and they've got a lot of future ahead of them. We'll go get your senior champion, reserve senior champion. Good job.
Our senior champion ewe goes to entry 1719 out of the senior ewe lamb class. Wind Valley 2401, Brent Casavant, Oakham, Massachusetts. The reserve senior champion to our first place yearling ewe, 1707, Raider 2360, Barry Hooker, Bloomington, Illinois. Now ready for intermediate ewe lambs.
You could get lost out here finding good things about this this set of 5. Man, this is a awesome class out here. Just amazing. Boy, splitting hairs on that top pair here for sure. I think they're different enough, but I think for their type and kind, they are just ultra good. The female that starts the class, I think when I get into her fleece, I just like the character of nickel more. And when I say nickel, I mean absolute nickel. It's very close for me there. You get back and steady. She's so long hind saddled, so good out. Stamps a good foot down when she comes and goes. Really appreciate the shoulder angle on this sheep. She comes at me, stays in her cavity, doesn't go ahead and get running on me as far as how she gets out of her front shoulder. I really like that. That might be where she gets for me, to the top. But boy, so much to like. You want to talk about a good one here in the show ring, and probably a good one when she hits the ground in the barn for sure. Sheep in second here, dynamo top on. I mean, shear her off, she's going to look just like this. That's a really good built one. Ultra cool down her top. Maybe doesn't have quite that extra as far as her shoulder blade as our class winner does. But I don't want to sit here and critique on her too much because it was a really tough decision. That one could go home and turn around and be under the right guy and go ahead and walk away with a big purple banner. She's that kind that if you like that kind, you're kind of into her. Boy, she's nice when I didn't want to get her out of second. Really good fleece. I mean, just a good build. That top pair is really good. Third place shoe, I think she just kind of falls in line. She has enough of the extras. She's long enough bodied, good enough fleece. I just want to get her in motion. She just wants to get underneath herself, just a nickel. Doesn't want to extend out, doesn't want to set that hawk into the ground and go ahead and propel her body as hard as she needs to. But up-headed, good-looking, nice one to stand third. Fourth place sheep, real immature sheep. I appreciate that about her. I think better days to come for sure. I'm not sure how the class breaks are here or the next show, but she reads to be maybe one of the most immature sheep in the class for me. Super good up through her chest for. Just need more days on her, and quite honestly, I think she comes back good enough in her blade, good enough in her shoulder. I think she can keep coming. The sheep in 5 here, get them in motion. She just gets a little herky-jerky for me. Just doesn't connect at the ground, is smooth, doesn't cover that front step. Could have just been the walk. Listen, I'm just seeing them for 30 seconds of their life. So, that walk just wasn't one that I could tie right into, but that's my class. Good job.
Our next class is Junior Ewe Lambs. Junior Ewe Lambs will be our next class. Placing on the class of intermediate ewe lambs, first place goes to entry number 1729, Heritage Hill B1 Esther. Heritage Hill Farm, Debbie Moore. Northeast Maryland, that ewe weighing 145. Second place to entry 1725, Hooker 457, Barry Hooker. Bloomington, Illinois, that ewe weighing 153. Third place to entry number 1730, Heritage Hill Farm, Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland, that ewe weighing 150. Fourth place to 1727, Barry Hooker, Bloomington, Illinois. Fifth to 1726, Brent Casavant, Oakham, Massachusetts. Sixth place to entry number 1731, Wendy Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. Seventh place to entry number 1735, Lydia Smith, Charlotte, Vermont. 8 to 1734, Deborah Vanderwyn, Greenwood, Delaware. 9, first in the junior show to 1728. Heritage Hill Y 87, Nibbles, Charlie West, Canisius, New York. 10th place to entry number 1732, Wendy Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts.
I think 3 that, and I just talk in terms like this. This is how I'm thinking when I evaluate them. Get the top 5 out here, and then the 3 get in kind of consideration. Let's do some tougher sorting in my mind. I think when it all comes together, just like I tell myself, who's the combination sheep, who's the most balanced sheep, who's the sheep that has the most forerib, who's the sheep that has the softest flank, who's the sheep that's built to right, and then who's carrying a good enough fleece to be able to tie that all together. This is this little girl right here. I think the more and more I study her, the more and more I like her. She just complete built. Really appreciate her from the middle part of her body back. Deep flank, softened up. Yet you refined enough up through her front end. She's definitely the biggest featured sheep of the top 5. That doesn't get her there. I mean, the females don't need to be gigantic featured, but if they have it, sure, let's talk about it. She's good there. The sheep in second, just intriguing. I mean, you know, as far as how she's built on the top side of her body, she's the best bladed sheep. You know, for a second there, I'm thinking of my top 3. I love her blade on the top side of her shoulder. She's just really feminine and really attractive there. Get back and set her. Maybe just shortens up just a nickel compared to our class winner. She doesn't have as much steam through her cavity that our class winner does. Boy, she's a neat one, though. She moves really good, wide-based, lot to like. Sheep in 3, get back and set her. She's our longest-bodied sheep. She's the most up-headed sheep. If I could just change her front shoulder just a little bit, I just lay in a little bit neater up through her chest floor, or sorry, on the top side of her skeleton, but she's an ultra good one. That's a good one right there for sure. Number 4 is really ultra cool on the top side of her body. Again, runs uphill, looks good. Get her in motion. She's just going to paddleboard a little more on her rear too for me. I just need to go ahead and step her out and just get away from her body and push naturally, you know, and not be so short coupled, but she's a nice one. And then round out a really good moving one, a really good fleece one. For me, doesn't have enough to her. And that's just being honest. That's what I like about sheep. Have a little more extra mass and a little more extra shape on the top side of their skeleton. I realize we're mixing some bags here, some variables, and where you put your emphasis. Love her fleece, love how she moves, love to talk about her in that respect. Just need more of her. Congratulations.
Now ready for pair of ewe lambs. Placing on the class of junior ewe lambs, first place to entry 1743, Heritage Hill B13 Fire. Heritage Hill Farm, Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland, that ewe weighing 128. Second place to 1736, Wind Valley 2446, Brent Cassavant, Oakham, Massachusetts, that ewe weighing 112. Third to 1745, Heritage Hill Farm, Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland, that ewe weighing 123. Fourth place to 1737, Barry Hooker, Bloomington, Illinois. 5 to 1739, Deborah Vanderwind, Greenwood, Delaware. Sixth place to 1738, Barry Hooker, Bloomington, Illinois. Seventh place to 1744, Carol and Joe Haddock, Jericho, Vermont. Eighth place, first in the junior show, to 1741, Amons 103, Emily Amons, Chelsea, Vermont. 9, second in the junior show, to 1742, Amons 102, Emily Amons, Chelsea, Vermont. Placing on the pair of ewe lamb class, first place goes to Brent Casavant, Oakham, Massachusetts. Second place to Heritage Hill Farm, Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland. Third place, Barry Hooker, Bloomington, Illinois. 4, Deborah Vanderwyn, Greenwood, Delaware. Fifth place, Wendy Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. 6, Carolyn Joe Haddock, Jericho, Vermont. And seventh place to Emily Amons, Chelsea, Vermont. Now showing for junior champion and reserve junior champion for the open show. Following this class, we will show for the overall grand champion and reserve grand champion white ewe for the Lincoln show. That'll be followed then by our junior show champion and reserve selection. So 15 years ago at the 2009 Big E, in the white Lincoln show, tell me who the exhibitor was that had the grand champion white ram and grand champion and reserve grand champion white ewe, as well as the exhibitor's flock, breeder's flock, get-of-sire in that show.
Junior champion drive out here, outstanding for it. Those were really deep classes. You know, it's so cliche to say, but boy, there's females that aren't out here that are super good and just cutting it really thin on some of those decisions, especially on the top end. Really like the class winners, really like those seconds. I'll go get your junior champions, and then we'll see how they shake out once the older girls get out here. Congratulations.
Junior champion goes to 1729, first in the intermediate ewe lamb class, Heritage Hills, B1 Esther, Heritage Hill Farm, Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland. The reserve champion was our first place junior ewe lamb, entry 1743, Heritage Hill, B13, Fire, Heritage Hill Farm, Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland. And the answer to that trivia question was Jonathan Cruz of Illinois.
Outstanding. Let's give the round of applause for this white show. Just an awesome show. You picked a good day to come to the fair today. Again, if you were here this morning to watch this white show, outstanding. I'm not going to waste a lot of time. Young ewes got a lot of future ahead of them, and sometimes I get tied in on some potential, but when I got two girls in front of me that have so much power and shape as I have in that senior drive, I'm not going to get away from them. Congratulations.
The National Lincoln Sheep Breeders Association offers awards to the Grand and Reserve Grand Champion ewe. Our grand champion ewe for the white division of our Lincoln show is 1719. Our senior champion from the senior ewe lamb class, Wind Valley 2401, Brent Casavant, Oakham, Massachusetts. The reserve grand champion was our reserve senior champion from the yearling ewe class, 1707, Raider 2360, Barry Hooker, Bloomington, Illinois. Now ready to show for junior show champion and reserve champion. We'll need Charlie West with your yearling ewe, 1705. We'll need 1728 from Charlie West for your intermediate ewe lamb. And we'll also need Emily Amons with your 1741 and 1742 junior ewe lambs, please. Joe and Carol Haddock of Vermont sponsors the award for the junior show champion white Lincoln ewe, and Hooker Lincolns provides the award for the junior show reserve champion white ewe.
I think four four sheep out here for the junior drive, and it's real simple for me. Really like the fleece on the young man sheep here in the middle. She'll be your junior champion ewe. We'll follow her up with the young lady up front with the yearling ewe. Congratulations.
Our junior show champion goes to the first place in the intermediate ewe lamb class, 1728, Heritage Hill, Y87, Nibbles, Charlie West, Kinesis, New York. The reserve junior show champion from the yearling ewe class, 1705, Chaotic, 2318, Pachycephalosaurus, Charlie West, Kinesis, New York. Currently, we're showing exhibitor's flock. Following the exhibitor's flock, we'll do breeder's flock, followed by get-of-sire. Then we're going to do best-headed white Lincoln, followed by best fleece white Lincoln. Placing on our exhibitors flock of white Lincolns, first place goes to Barry Hooker, Bloomington, Illinois. Second place, Heritage Hill Farm, Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland. Third place, Brent Casavant, Oakham, Massachusetts. 4, Deborah Vanderwyn, Greenwood, Delaware. And 5, Wendy Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. Now ready for breeders' flock. Natural colored Lincoln exhibitors, we will take a 15-minute break whenever we conclude with our last class of whites before we go into our natural colored Lincoln show. We do have a correction on that exhibitors flock. First place to Barry Hooker, Bloomington, Illinois. Second place to Heritage Hill Farm, Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland. Third place to Brent Casavant, Oakham, Massachusetts. And fourth to Wendy Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. Placing on the breeders' flock for the white Lincolns, first place goes to Brent Casavant, Oakham, Massachusetts. Second place, Deborah Vanderwyn, Greenwood, Delaware. Now ready for get-of-sire. Following the get-of-sire class, we will have best headed, followed by best fleece. While they're bringing those out, I've got a question from just 5 years ago in the white portion of our Lincoln show. Tell me the exhibitor of the Reserve Champion Ram that year. Reserve Champion Ram in the white division of the Lincoln show 5 years ago in 2019. Amy got that. It was Taylor Garges. Now ready for best-headed White Lincoln. Placing on the get-of-sire class, first place to Barry Hooker, Bloomington, Illinois. Second place, Wendy Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. Third to Deborah Vanderwind, Greenwood, Delaware. Again, we're now showing for best-headed White Lincoln. The National Lincoln Sheep Breeders Association sponsors the award for this. We also want to let you know that our Premier Breeder and Premier Exhibitor Awards for the White Lincoln Show are sponsored by the Big E. Our best-headed White Lincoln goes to the Yearling ewe, entry 1706, Locust Grove, 1238 Honey, Deborah Vanderwind, Greenwood, Delaware. Now showing best white fleece. Best White Lincoln fleece goes to a Yearling ewe, 1702, Heritage Hill Y52, Darn. Heritage Hill Farm, Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland. We also want to announce our winners of the White Lincoln Premier Exhibitor Award. That is Barry Hooker of Bloomington, Illinois. The White Lincoln Premier Breeder is Heritage Hill Farm, Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland. That does conclude our White Lincoln show. Again, we're going to take about a 15-minute break, but so we can get set up for the natural colored Lincoln. Barry, if you and Isaac will come here and get these awards, please. Isaac, you can pick up Deb's, or Deb can come and get Deb's. Whatever. Deb's coming to get it, Isaac. So we do have a little bit of time to shoot some pictures. Any of you white Lincoln exhibitors that would like to do pictures, we do have a few minutes that we can do that. Exhibitors, we also want to announce that all official photos are up on the website, with the exception of the White Lincoln Show and also Lead Line. We have all the others up. You can access those and order photos through Catherine Kuykendall at kakimages.com.
Well, game on here. And boy, here's a true stud buck. Boy, he comes at you and just amazing as he gets around the ring. Paints just a tremendous picture from the side. Gorgeous fleece. I mean, absolute home run. I think I said it last night. If you can't hit this fastball, you probably shouldn't be up here. That's a good one right there. Boy, he's an awesome one. Come back into second place. I think, once we kind of get past that first buck, let's kind of reset the stage. What are some things we're going to sort for? Boy, you get in behind this buck, and you just, his width, his foot size, how good he is down at his toes. He's the best built one from there on. Really didn't run into too much trouble with fleeces on these. Maybe, a couple we could talk about some certain areas, but I don't think there's a big sort there for me. I mean, there's enough of, you hold the kind of fleeces you like, but outside of that, consistency was pretty good. I like the hip structure. I like the bone work. I like the masculinity of that guy. He's not the biggest one, but I think he's just the best built one. Buck in third here. Wish he could maybe get hurt a little bit. I'm not sure his front foot coming at me a little soft today, or not wanting to get around on the front toe, but that's really not why he's third. Sheep at this stage are jumping around and have been at a fair for 4 or 5 days. Things happen. I've been down that road. But boy, a buck when you get out on the side, he's really long-bodied, real up-headed. A buck when you get back and study him, maybe just doesn't have that consistency as far as lower leg muscle or just that muscle on the bottom part of his cavity. But a nice sheep for sure. A big, bold outline buck here in 4. Again, a buck when you get into his fleece, really good character. A little different, a little more wide spun, a hook to that fleece, but still consistent in its own right. Like his ruggedness, just a buck. He's going to get a little flatter rib. We're going to run into that today a little bit, and I'm not going to get super critical on it on this breed, but that's we'd like to get a little more expansion in his forerib. Buck here in 5, going to shorten up a little bit, and on top of that, he's just going to get a little narrower in his back when we work into his back end of his body. Like to drop that flank down a little bit, like him to be able to balance his underline like he balances his top line. But he's a nice sheep. And then probably the more inconsistent fleece, and it's nitpicky, right? I mean, these are good bucks out here. A long body buck, big-footed buck, a buck that probably has a lot of value in the right flock. Just a sort for me today. Congratulations.
Next class will be natural colored senior ram lambs. So here's your first trivia question about the natural colored Lincolns. Tell me the name of the exhibitors who had the grand champion natural colored ram 15 years ago at the 2009 show when Henry Schultz judged here at the Big E. Placing on the yearling ram class for the natural colored Lincolns, first place went to 1767 Wind Valley 2331 Whistle Pig. Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. That ram weighing 282. Second place, first in the junior show, to entry 1766 Wind Valley 2309 Peter Priest, Ludlow, Massachusetts. That ram weighing 243. Third place to entry number 1768, Locust Grove 1223, Deborah Vanderwyn, Greenwood, Delaware. That ram weighing 248. Fourth place to entry 1771, Carol and Joe Haddock, Jericho, Vermont. Fifth place to 1769, Christina Weston, Hancock, New Hampshire. 6th and 2nd in the junior show to 1770, Lothian 409, Ryan Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. So the answer to that question from 2009, 15 years ago, the exhibitor with the natural colored Lincoln Champion Ram was Carol and Joe Haddock of Vermont.
Get a trio of bucks out here. I think it's a pretty quick sort in my mind. The long-bodied buck, the good moving buck, the big-ended buck here, and sure the extended buck is going to win the class. Just super good about his skeleton. A sheep you know when you read this class, depending on where you put your preferences, I just don't think it much matters when you have this much capacity, this much length, this much good in a sheep. He's good enough fleece for me today. Maybe not, doesn't have quite that character or that turn to it that we have in the other bucks behind him. But that's going to be pretty hard to get around a sheep like that. I think the tough sorts for 2 and 3. I'll be honest, the buck and 3 is the best fleece of buck for me in class. But the buck and 2 here is just a little better in his chest floor. The buck that when you study him, he's thick and he's got some muscle down that lower leg. But a buck I think in these pair we need to have in second. The buck and 3 again from a fleece standpoint. If you're going to get uber, like, hey, I'm going to use fleeces all day no matter what they look like, you're tying into him. To me, I got to put too many variables in a bucket to sort out to find the good ones I like. For that, we're going to put him third, but tremendous fleece. Good job.
Now ready to show for senior champion and reserve senior champion natural colored Lincoln Ram. Placing on the natural colored senior Ram class, first place to entry number 1775, Wind Valley 2418, Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. That Ram weighing 197. Second place to 1772, Locust Grove 1271, Davy, Deborah Vanderwyn, Greenwood, Delaware. That Ram weighing 177. Third place to 1773, Carol and Joe Haddock, Jericho, Vermont. That Ram weighing 194.
Senior champion. It's extremely easy for me. That yearling buck is kind of in a league of his own in this deal in my mind. He's going to go ahead and be your senior champion. For there, it gets really close. I think there's things in that second yearling buck that I really love. I love when you get him behind him, how he's designed in his skeleton, big hip, that big lower leg. Maybe not quite as extreme or paints that show buck picture there's a first place fall buck. But a really nice fleece on that sheep. It's extremely tough for me. We're going to follow that second yearling buck for reserve senior champion. I just think he's so much good in him, and for a breed like this, that boldness, I just appreciate. Congratulations.
Our senior champion natural colored ram goes to entry 1767, first in the yearling ram class, Wind Valley 2331, Whistle Pig, Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. The reserve senior champion to 1766, second in that yearling ram class, Wind Valley 2309, Peter Priest, Ludlow, Massachusetts. Now ready for intermediate ram lambs.
first buck lamb class, the spring buck lamb class. I think a buck that kind of combines some maturity at this stage and then still has some freshness when you get into him and put your hands on him. A buck that gets down and sets on a nice set of feet and legs. Just a lot of things about him you like. He kind of hits the middle really well as far as fleece, body. Just kind of a nice combination in this buck. I find he's got a nickel more substance to him at the ground. I just think a nice spot to start. The buck here in second, from a overall length of body, length of hind saddle, maybe has a little more extras on the top side of his skeleton as far as overall length of body and just overall shape. Is this buck in second? A nickel greener than our class winner. Maybe just doesn't want to handle today and come out here and prop himself up and look like a show pony, but he's really good, and when you get your hands on him, and he's good enough fleece for me. Gonna round out the class with a buck. Gonna just run out of length of body, run out of shape over top of his rack. Buck, though, when you get him behind him, he is opened up in his pin set, opened up in his lower leg. Just gonna run out of some of those ESTs. Congratulations.
Next class is natural colored junior ram lambs. Placing on the class of intermediate ram lambs, first place goes to entry 1776, Wind Valley 2424, Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. That ram weighing 181. Second place to 1777, Wind Valley 2422, Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. That ram also weighing 181. Third place to entry 1779, Deborah Vanderwind, Greenwood, Delaware. That ram weighing 151. Okay, here's your next trivia question about the Lincolns. In 2014, 10 years ago, Doug Gehring from Missouri at the time judged that show. Tell me who had the Grand Champion Natural Colored Ram and Reserve, Grand Champion and Natural Colored ewe and Reserve Champion ewe. Also had the exhibitor flock, the breeder's flock, get-of-sire, best fleece, was the premier breeder and premier exhibitor, and that ram was the supreme champion ram of week 2 at the Big E. That was kind of a gimme, but that was Mindy Reed from Missouri, and Brian got that right away.
Springbuck lamb class here. I think the buck that when he puts himself together on the profile, I think he just kind of reads to be the class winner today. Super long out through that hind saddle. That's kind of where he gets over his contemporaries here. Just that length of spine, that length of body. He's so muscular down in that lower part of his leg. Carries a good enough fleece and just kind of really pretty up through that chest floor. That's a nice spot to stand. That's a tough buck to get around right there. Young man sheep here in second. Moves tremendous. I mean, you want to talk about one that we put him in a motion in that last move. You just slam dunk for me. I know we were going to beat 3 with him because he moves so good. My challenge for him is he's just not quite as far along as that class winner. Is he ever going to be? Probably not. He's designed a little different. He's more moderate. He's bigger ended. He's just bigger capacity right now. He's going to always be a softer sided buck. And that's fine, quite honestly. Maybe just change his top of his shoulder, just a blend, just even up into that rack a little neater, and that might make him just look a nickel better out here on the side. But that's a good one. Make them move good, and they last forever. That's a good one there. Buck in third. Again, a long-bodied sheep, really good fleece on this buck. I like it quite a bit, especially down low on the bottom side of it toward his belly. Extended buck, a buck who we get out and move. I mean, this happens. These bucks get out here, and the last thing they want to do is be cooperative. I get it. But, boy, they need to try to help themselves as much as they can because we got a sword on movement. Just wish I could get him to gather himself up and not be so twisted up in his juncture. The buck here in 4, again, a fleece standpoint, I think he needs to be in the top 5. I think from there, we're just a buck. We need to put more on him as far as up over his top. Get a buck with a set in and a little more natural. Got a little too much angle down into his lower foot there. Wish I could change that about him, but he's a nice buck. And then we're going to round out the class with a fresh buck here in 5. Get into his fleece. Maybe just has a little more tightness to it. A fleece I'd sure like to change and get it a little more screwy than it is more locked. So nice class. Congratulations.
Next class is pair of ram lambs. Placing on the class of junior ram lambs, first place goes to entry 1786. Win Valley 2453, Win Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. That ram weighing 166. Second place to entry number 1788, Hayes 439, Ava Joe Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. That ram weighing 130. Third place to 1787, Win Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. That ram weighing 148. Fourth place to 1783, Deborah Vanderwyn, Greenwood, Delaware. Fifth place to entry 1781, Christina Weston, Hancock, New Hampshire. Sixth, first in junior show to 1789, Amons, 104. Emily Amons, Chelsea, Vermont. 7, second in the junior show to 1784, Lathea, 421, Ryan Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. 8th to 1780, Christina Weston, Hancock, New Hampshire. And 9th place, third in the junior show to 1785, Ryan Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. Placing on the pair of ram lambs for the Natural Colored Lincoln Show, first place goes to Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. Second place, Deborah Vanderwind, Greenwood, Delaware. Third place, Christina Weston, Hancock, New Hampshire. And 4, Ryan Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. Now showing for Junior Champion and Reserve Junior Champion Ram.
Really nice natural colored Lincoln show here. The bucks have been phenomenal, quite honestly. Those bucks are some true power in here in this part of the country. They could see a lot of parts of the United States and do a lot of good for a lot of Lincoln flocks. A lot of good in those. We'll go get your junior champion, reserve junior champion. I think junior champion, I'll just say right now, Mike, he's real easy. He's a junior buck in front of me. I just think he ties the most together. Love his angle of his hawk. When you get back and look at him, he's just so comfortable up on the top of his hip, and it's because he has the right leg set. Just a nice one there. For there, it gets really close between our first place early buck and then that second place late buck. I think some differences in fleece in both of them for sure. You know, you could challenge yourself in different spots there to get a little more consistency. But for me, I think there's one buck that he puts a little extra together as far as, how he gets out and lays his foot to the ground. We'll go get him for reserve, and that'll be your other late buck. Good job.
Now ready to show for Open Show Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Ram. Our Open Show Junior Champion Natural Colored Ram is 1786 out of the Junior Ram Lamb class, Wind Valley 2453, Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. The Reserve Junior Champion is our second place Junior Ram Lamb, 1788, Hayes 439, Ava Jo Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. The National Lincoln Sheep Breeders Association offers the awards for the Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion Rams in our Natural Colored Show.
Really good set. I'm not going to prolong this much more. For me, that yearling buck, he is just a standout. He's here today to win the deal, and to get around him, you would sometimes would say look silly, and today when I see him back and look at him, I'm not ready to look silly today. So he's going to be your champion buck. From there's another stud buck in the making. This little guy down here that's helping these juniors struggle a little bit. He a buck that just presents him with so much length of body. Love his fleece. Big upside, big upside. Taking nothing away from our seconds. Great buck show. Congratulations.
Our Open Show Grand Champion Natural Colored Lincoln Ram goes to entry 1767 out of the Yearling Ram class, our senior champion ram. Wind Valley 2331, Whistle Pig. Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. The reserve grand champion goes to our junior champion, 1786 from the junior Ram Lamb class, Wind Valley 2453, Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. Now ready to show for our junior show champion and reserve champion, natural colored Lincoln. Christy Lincolns of Oregon offers the award for the Junior Show Champion Natural Colored Lincoln Ram, and Sando Farms of Ohio offers the award for the Junior Show Reserve Champion Natural Colored Lincoln Ram.
Juniors, I think it's real logical that Yearling buck, he was in the hunt there in the Final Four. He's going to be your junior show champion buck, and then we'll follow with the young buck down here for reserve. Congratulations.
Our Junior Show Champion Natural Colored Ram goes to entry 1766 out of the Yearling class. Wind Valley 2309, Peter Priest, Ludlow, Massachusetts. The Reserve Junior Show Champion goes to our Junior Ram Lamb Show winner, 1789, Amons 104. Emily Amons, Chelsea, Vermont. Now ready for natural colored yearling ewes, class number 1.
What an outstanding set of females. Boy, you want to talk about, we pick the right sheep, or I want to pick the right sheep all day long, and then sometimes you find one that just right up your alley. Wide base. This is the widest structured sheep we've had run through the ring today. She is so good on her corners. She is built at the ground as good as we've had all day long. Tremendous down her top. A sheep you can just read, so much depth, so much body. Gorgeous fleece. I mean, really good fleece on this female. I mean, didn't have a hard sword on her fleece any time when I got into it. There wasn't a spot I had to reconnect with. I thought it was pretty uniform. She walks away from you, and if you like them wide and you like them looking like heifers walking away from you, you love her. She is a stouty girl, and that's what I'm drawn to. Really like the design in second here. Boy, this is the one that challenges her. This is the one that has that width of base, maybe not as much, but this is one has that extra little shot of front end appeal, runs uphill, really neat up through her front end. Maybe changes a little more for me fleece-wise when I get up into that front part of her body, but that's being critical. Quite honestly, making them this good's awful hard enough. We don't need somebody out here telling you what they don't like about them. She's awful good. Sheep here in third. Ring the bell in November, come back and get me. We might see where we're at on her. Today, she's just not going to have enough for me today. Being late September, I need them females to have some of that rib shape and just have a little more of that drop and headed to maturity, headed to production. Don't read that in her. That doesn't mean she won't have it. At this stage of the game, building rib shape we're probably a little past that, in my opinion. Sheep here in 4, really good fleece. I think this is front to rear uniform fleece, kind of how she works up in the top 5. I think movement's really good in her. I think she's just a solid female that I can't get out of top 5. The big, heavier condition you were here in 5. I just need to change her fleece quite a bit. I just do not like the tips. I don't like how that fleece works from the outside into the body. Just inconsistency would be the big word, but that kind of doesn't hit the hammer as far as the add end or twist and how it's connected to the fiber. But boy, she's stout. She's big. Sheer off, run around a pasture, and somebody will say, how didn't she win her class at Big E? Good job. Congratulations.
Placing on class number 1 of our yearling ewes. First place goes to entry number 1802, Hayes 322, Ava Jo Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. That ewe weighing 212. Second place to entry 1801, Wind Valley 2336, Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. That ewe weighing 195. Third place to entry 1800, Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. That ewe weighing 191. Fourth place, first in the junior show, to 1796, Harris 0563, Peter Priest, Ludlow, Massachusetts. Fifth, second in the junior show, to entry 1797, Wind Valley 2316, Vendetta, Katie Miller. Newville, Pennsylvania. Sixth place, third in the junior show, to 1795, Peter Priest, Ludlow, Massachusetts. Seventh to 1799, Christina Weston, Hancock, New Hampshire. Eighth place to entry 1798, Christina Weston, Hancock, New Hampshire. Five years ago, at the 2019 Natural Colored Lincoln Show, judge was Jake Reister. Tell me who the exhibitor was that had the Natural Colored Breeders' Flock, get-of-sire, best fleece, and was premier exhibitor and premier breeder, and that best fleece from the Natural Colored Lincoln Show went on to be the supreme champion fleece. Darlene got that. It was Darlene, Wind Valley Farm.
again, sort some variables out here. Again, we combine some things and it makes this easier, but it doesn't make it as fun. I think breeding these things and putting your own spin on your breed is what's really the fun part of, especially having a wool breed. I think this female at the top here, if you're wanting one that's just angular, cool up through her shoulder, you get in behind one that's going to travel and hit the ground with enough set to her hock where she holds her hip into place, you're going to win with. Does she have that definition or that twist, or is that definite, like, that I want to open her fleece and go, man, they're just hitting me hard with that curve and everything about it? No, but that's okay. I mean, we're putting a lot of things in the barrel, mixing them up and figuring out which ones I like, but we're going to win the class with her. The sheep and second, beautiful fleece on this girl. I mean, just gorgeous, really kind of fresh handling when you get into her body. She does handle with some thickness and shape down her top into her lower leg. Get back and study her. She just doesn't have that extra, maybe carrying just a nickel more condition on the bottom side of her skeleton at this point for me, but that's being critical. That's a good in her own kind. I think she's a really good one. The sheep and three here, intriguing. I'll be completely honest. When we moved them, I get in behind her. I really like her flexibility walking away from me. It's where I get on the side of her. Do we have enough flexibility in her hock? Is she comfortable enough to lay into her own hip and go ahead and propel out? I question that, fighting us a little bit, but carries a good fleece. I just think some inconsistencies on the back end of this sheep for me today. Another gorgeous fleece here in 4. I mean, this is really, really pretty from front to back. I mean, the condition's great. Has a lot of handle to the fleece. You get into it and it feels really good. And I know that's kind of weird to say, but if you handle fleeces, you just kind of know when you open it up, it's just one you want to touch, and you get into it and put your hand on it. These fleeces are supposed to be heavy, and this is a girl here when she probably has 8 months on her. It's a consistent heavy fleece, one that's nice to shear. I appreciate that quite a bit about her. I'll round out the class with a really thick, long body kind of a female. Female just maybe get a little unbalanced for me in her chest floor. Nice class, good job.
Now ready for natural colored pair of yearling ewes. Placing on Class 2 yearling ewes, first place goes to entry 1806, Wind Valley, 2346, Opal, Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. That ewe weighing 210. Second place to 1803, Locust Grove, 1243, Dylin, Deborah Vanderwyn, Greenwood, Delaware. That ewe weighing 185. Third to entry 1809, Carol and Joe Haddock, Jericho, Vermont. That ewe weighing 196. Fourth, first and junior show to 1804, Lothian 404, Ryan Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. Fifth, second and a junior show to 1807, Lothian 406, Ryan Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. Sixth place to entry 1805, Deborah Vanderwyn, Greenwood, Delaware. And 7 to 1808, Joe and Carol Haddock, Jericho, Vermont. placing on the natural colored pair of yearling ewe class, first place goes to Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. Second, to Peter Priest, Ludlow, Massachusetts. Third, Deborah Vanderwind, Greenwood, Delaware. 4, Carol and Joe Haddock, Jericho, Vermont. 5, Christina Weston, Hancock, New Hampshire. And 6th place, Ryan Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. We're now ready to show senior ewe lambs, natural colored senior ewe lambs.
We're going to leave this class staying the way they are. No use making a move again. They got them set up. They're propped up. They look good. Ewe lamb that starts the class, she's just extra cool up through her front end. She's good out through her hip. She just built like a truck. A sheep that when she gets away from you, she wants to cooperate there. She moves really good. Up-headed, beautiful fleece on her. She's gorgeous when you get into her. Great, you get lucky on sometimes on some color in the fleece to make it look a little extra special. That kind of fleece, when you open it up, it just got a little bit of everything to it. Got a lot of shake to it. Like it quite a bit. The sheep here in second, I think closely follows in a lot of respects. Just maybe not as much overall guts and depth of body that we have in our class winner. A sheep that maybe is a little slower on a maturity curve, maybe a little further down on the line. But when we project her out, I think she's always still going to maybe behind that girl in front of her. The sheep in three, a little heavier condition, really beautiful fleece on her, just gorgeous. Again, my sorts are for a combination of things, and I really like good structure, really good body, and she has that, and she's got that good fleece. Just need to make her a little more pretty up through the front end, quite honestly, just being completely transparent. Give her some of those extras that some of the girls in front of her have. But if that's your kind, and you like her. Four here, I think another sheep that has a good fleece. Maybe as we work over the top of her and we get in some spots, we run into a little more inconsistencies, but that's being really critical. I think a good long-bodied sheep, maybe just tie her up and smooth her up and chisel her in her chest forward, just a nickel, and then run out the class with a sheep, just giving up quite a bit of body shape, quite a bit of power. Like to see the ends on that fleece trimmed up a little bit different than I necessarily like to handle on, but that's not saying it's a bad fleece, just hard for me to get in, and it's a little harsher than some of the others in the class. Congratulations.
Our next class is for senior champion and reserve senior champion natural colored ewe. Placing on the senior ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry 1818, Wind Valley 2409, Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts, at ewe weighing 166. Second place to entry 1817, Wind Valley 2408, Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts, at ewe weighing 151. Third place to 1819, Deborah Vanderwyn, Greenwood, Delaware, that ewe weighs 173. Fourth to 1820, Deborah Vanderwyn, Greenwood, Delaware. And fifth to 1816, Christina Weston, Hancock, New Hampshire.
Great set of six out here. Again, I'll go get your senior champion and reserve senior champion, but a lot of great females. If you didn't get the purple or the pink ribbon here on this drive, don't feel bad. There's a ton of great females out here. We'll go get your champion and reserve senior.
Open shows senior champion natural colored ewe goes to our Class 1 Yearling ewe class winner, 1802 Hayes 322 Ava Jo Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. The reserve senior champion to 1801, second in that early class of yearling ewes, Win Valley 2336 Win Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. We're now ready for intermediate ewe lambs. Intermediate ewe lambs are your next class. So we're going to go back on a question back to 2009, 15 years ago. Tell me the exhibitor in the natural colored Lincoln show that had the natural colored reserve champion ram that year. And our exhibitor in the ring got that right. At that time, it was Emily Momburkett. And she was from Michigan then. I've got down, that's what Deacon had, was Michigan.
She's Rhode Island.
I guess you moved that year. Okay. You were in transit.
Another big rugged ewe lamb here. You know, we get into her. I just love her base width. Love the structure underneath her. You know, these sheep can be trimmed a nickel different from the top 5. We'd look back and study them, but I think one that's just ultra good down her top, deep in her flank, deep in her overall cavity. One that is definitely the biggest hip sheep by a bunch out here, and she's good there. A little deceiving on the front end of her there. She's really good in her brisket plate. She's actually probably a little better at the point of her brisket plate than what we have in 2. And I thought that initially when I was viewing them, I thought that's where my sort was going to be. The sheep in second, extremely gorgeous from the side. I mean, paints a picture that you just love. I think we get into her compared to the class winner. It's my personal preference. I'm really like the base width in that class winner, and really that's the sort. But she's a nice one in second. 3, really good moving, nice fleece. We've said this all day about these sheep, and it rings true on this silver ewe lamb. Beautiful from front to rear. I think she does today give us that extra shot of flash up through her front end. She's the one that you kind of project and say, yep, she's going to tie together, stay good in her blade as she matures. She's going to continually have that angularity, and they don't need to run uphill, but at least be somewhat level in their overall design. I think she's going to have it. She's an awful nice one. This is a deep class. 4 here, challenge for me. I love her fleece, absolutely love her fleece. Man, I want to use her in the worst kind of way to say my favorite sheep is the best fleece one. I can't today. Need more flank, need more depth of body. Just need her to have just more back end cavity. These sheep are, you know, the way they're trimmed sometimes, you know, or the way they're made sometimes, you know, they want to get a little deeper in her chest. We need all that wool on there so we can evaluate them, so I have a lot of respect for that. But we work our way back. I need her to have more depth. Just drop that flank in, and maybe next year we come back and she's dropped that in. Who knows? And then we'll round out the class with a really long, pretty sided sheep on the side. I love how she looks from the side. Biggest footed sheep in the class. Get into her fleece, and it's just a little inconsistent for me. Boy, it curves, and it gets tight in a hurry, and then it just doesn't want to loosen up and spring back to me. But nice class.
Now ready for junior ewe lambs. Placing on the intermediate ewe lamb class for our natural colored Lincoln show, first place to entry 1828, Hayes 406, Ava Joe Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey, that ewe weighing 139. Second place to entry 1821, Wind Valley 2415, Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts, that ewe weighing 163. Third place to entry number 1827, Deb Vanderwindy of Greenwood, Delaware, that ewe weighing 138. Fourth place to entry 1822, Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. Fifth to 1824, Emily West, Kinesis, New York. Sixth place to entry 1823, Emily West, Kinesis, New York. Seventh place, first in the junior show, to entry number 1826, E West 2408, Steve View, Cruz. Charlie West, Canisius, New York. 8th place to entry number 2. Pardon me, 8th place, second in the junior show to 1825, Zoe Amons, Chelsea, Vermont, with Campbell, 411-188.
really, I think there was 13 out here, and just a lot of depth, a lot of quality, a lot of challenges as far as putting the variables where you want to put them, and the emphasis on those variables. I think the combination sheep that also gives us just a nickel more look through that shoulder up into the apex of her neck, or the bottom of her neck and the apex of the shoulder. Is this ewe lamb super duper fresh? In these late classes, when you can find one that's still big enough but fresh, that's when you kind of tie right into, here she is. Just love the look of her fleece. I think she, for me, in the top 5 is probably my second or first best fleece, depending on how critical you want to get. Just love that about her, and boy, she gets back and strikes a pose. Nice spot to start. Real rugged ewe lamb here in second. A ewe lamb, by herself, she's hard to pick holes in. Boy, you put that girl in front of her, and it's like, man, I just maybe need her to look just a little more like a lady up through that front end, but that's being awful critical. She's an awful good one, wide built, wide chested, just so much you like. You love her fleece. Sheep in 3 here. Again, strikes a really good pose. Her colors are just kind of hard to get in and lay in your eyes on her and see where she's at. But once you kind of put your hands on her, maybe just change her fleece a little bit on the outside of that fiber, just a nickel today. Give it just more consistency from the end to the body, where we can see that curve a little better. But she's a nice one. Wipe the milk off this one's mouth. She's gonna be a heartbreaker when it comes time to catch up on these other older girls. Super duper good moving. I mean, honestly, crazy good moving. Just need more of her today. She came here and had fun, and she's going to be 4th. Round out the class with a super good fleece one. Different than like our class winner fleece. This one stays a little truer, maybe a little more open toward the middle part of that fiber, but still really consistent. Nice class. Congratulations.
Our next class is pair of ewe lambs. Placing on our class of junior ewe lambs, first place went to entry number 1839, Heritage Hill B17 Clap, Heritage Hill Farm, Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland, 114-pound ewe. Second place, to entry 1832, Heritage Hill B10, Valerie. Heritage Hill Farm, Debbie Moore. Northeast Maryland, 128-pound ewe. Third place to 1836, Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. That ewe weighed 127. Fourth place, first in the junior show, to 1840, Gargis Girls 264, Eva Gargis, Telford, Pennsylvania. Fifth place to entry number 1841, Carol and Joe Haddock, Jericho, Vermont. Sixth place to entry 1835, Deborah Vanderwyn, Greenwood, Delaware. Second in the junior show to 1833, Lothian 422, Ryan Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. Eighth, third in the junior show, Peter Priest, Ludlow, Massachusetts. Ninth place to entry number 1831, Christina Weston, Hancock, New Hampshire. 10th place to entry 1830, also Christina Weston. 11th place to entry 1842, Carol and Joe Haddock, Jericho, Vermont. 12th place to entry and fourth in the junior to entry 1843, Ryan Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. And 13th, fifth in the junior show to 1837, Peter Priest, Ludlow, Massachusetts. Placing on the pair of ewe lamb class, first place to Heritage Hill Farm, Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland. Second place to Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. Third, Deborah Vanderwyn, Greenwood, Delaware. 4, Emily West, Kansas, New York. Fifth place to Carol and Joe Haddock, Jericho, Vermont. 6, Peter Priest, Ludlow, Massachusetts. 7, Christina Weston, Hancock, New Hampshire. And 8 to Ryan Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts.
Really nice set of junior classes. I'm not going to take a lot of time. I kind of know what I like after we get through some of them classes. Not big on theatricals. That last class is so dang good. Let's keep those ewe lambs together. They'll be your junior champion, reserve junior champion.
Our junior champion went to our class winner of the junior ewe lamb class, 1839, Heritage Hill B17, Clap, Heritage Hill Farm, Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland. Our reserve junior champion to 1832, Heritage Hill B10, Valerie, Heritage Hill Farm, Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland. Now ready to show for Open Show Grand and Reserve Grand Champion ewe. The National Lincoln Sheep Breeders Association offers the awards for this Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion ewe in the natural colored division. Following the selection of our Open Show Grand and Reserve Grand Champion, we will be showing our Junior Show Champion and Reserve Champion ewe.
what a great, fun, natural colored show here to be a part of. You know, if you're a bystander out here and you're looking on and want to know how good these are some of the best females you'll see in this country. These are tremendous Lincoln females and for these breeds and the time these breeders have put into the trimmers, the handlers, the people hauling, and everybody involved, the people that make the crock pot meals. These sheep take a lot of effort, and they're really good. We're going to go get your champion you and your reserve champion you. Had a lot of fun. Great set of sheep.
Open Show Grand Champion ewe for the natural colored Lincoln Show goes to our senior champion. The senior champion ewe came out of our first class of yearling ewes, entry 1802, Hayes 322, Ava Jo Hayes, Allentown, New Jersey. Our reserve grand champion ewe was our reserve senior champion. That's entry number 1801. Out of that same first class of yearling ewes, Wind Valley 2336, Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. Our next class will be for our junior show champion and reserve. West Lincolns of New York offers the award for the Junior Show Champion Natural Colored Lincoln ewe, and May It Be Farm of Tennessee offers the award for the Junior Show Natural Colored Reserve Champion ewe. Out here to show for Junior Show Champion and Reserve, we do need Peter Priest's Yearling from Class 1, and also Katie Miller's Yearling from Class 1. From Class 2 Yearling ewes, we need the 2 ewes from Ryan Cameron. From the intermediate ewe lambs, we need Charlie West's intermediate, as well as Zoe Amon's intermediate. And then for the junior ewe lambs, we need Eva Gargis's junior ewe lamb, as well as Ryan Cameron's junior ewe lamb.
The future for this show looks bright. A lot of great females out here. Not going to take a lot of time. That first class of yearling ewes, we're going to keep those together for your junior show champion ewe and your junior show reserve champion ewe. Congratulations.
Our junior show champion ewe came out of Class 1 Yearling ewes, Harris 0563, Peter Priest, Ludlow, Massachusetts. The reserve junior show was second in that first class of yearling ewes, entry 1797, Wind Valley 2316, Vendetta, Katie Miller, Newville, Pennsylvania. Now showing exhibitors flock. Your next class will be breeders flock, then get-of-sire. Then we will do a best-headed natural colored Lincoln, followed by a best fleeced natural colored Lincoln. Placing on the exhibitors flock, first place to Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. Second place, Peter Priest, Ludlow, Massachusetts. Third, Deborah Vanderwind, Greenwood, Delaware. Fourth place, Joe and Carol Haddock, Jericho, Vermont. Fifth place, Christina Weston, Hancock, New Hampshire. And sixth place, Ryan Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. Placing on the breeder's flock, first place goes to Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. Second place to Deborah Vanderwind, Greenwood, Delaware. Third, Joe and Carol Haddock, Jericho, Vermont. Fourth, Christina Weston, Hancock, New Hampshire. And five to Ryan Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. Now showing get-of-sire. Following the get-of-sire class, we will be showing best headed natural colored Lincoln, followed by best natural colored fleece. Placings on the get-of-sire class. First place goes to Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. Second place to Deborah Vanderwind, Greenwood, Delaware. Third place, Carol and Joe Haddock, Jericho, Vermont. Fourth place, Christina Weston, Hancock, New Hampshire. And five to Ryan Cameron, Middleborough, Massachusetts. We are now ready to show for best headed natural colored Lincoln. Best headed natural colored Lincoln. Following that, we'll show best natural colored fleece. best headed natural colored Lincoln goes to entry 1821 out of the intermediate ewe lamb class. That was second in that class. Wind Valley 2415, Wind Valley Farm, Oakham, Massachusetts. Now showing natural colored fleece, best natural colored fleece. Our best natural colored fleece goes to entry 1839 out of the junior ewe lamb class, Heritage Hill B17 Clap. Heritage Hill Farm, Debbie Moore, Northeast Maryland. And we want to make our award presentations on Premier Exhibitor and Premier Breeder. These awards sponsored by the National Lincoln Sheep Breeders Association. And both of those this year go to Wind Valley Farm, Darlene Leary, Oakham, Massachusetts. Darlene, if you'll come and get your awards, congratulations. That does conclude our Lincoln show for this morning. Our judge has been Tim Gadsby of Stoneboro, Pennsylvania. We will begin our Romney show at 1:45. 1:45, we will begin the Romney show. We start out with Romney White Yearling Rams.